handshake photo, please. Thanks, guys. Thank you. The first frame, Judd Trump to break.
Here we go then. One of the most eagerly anticipated world ranking event finals in recent years. The first world ranking event final to be contested between Ronnie O'Sullivan and Judd Trump. They've met 11 times before, O'Sullivan edging the head-to-head 6-5. But Trump has beaten him here at the UK in the past. And of course, they came together to produce that remarkable final recently in the invitation event, the Champion of Champions, when O'Sullivan won 10-7, a match that featured no less than 6 century breaks. Joe Johnson alongside me, Philip Studd. And Joe, this really is a mouth-watering occasion.
Just let him take his shot there, and what a shot it was. Yes, what a mouth-watering occasion this is.
One.
Eagerly anticipated by everybody. This is the final everybody wanted. And what a great opening shot from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Packed house, as you would expect. Fantastic atmosphere.
The arena looking very different now that we're down to one table with the crowd surrounding the players. Very intimate atmosphere now.
Well, the first stroke of luck there for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Didn't play the cannon on the pink, played to come past it. But that full ball kiss, here it is again. Played to come past the pink for the reds into the left corner, but full ball kiss there leaves him perfect on the red.
7. Seconds. 30.
Just gone a little far. Big shot. He's taking the blue one at that angle. I expect he's going into them. No, but you've got to get it. That second kiss. Save O'Sullivan. Red to the left corner. As he goes into them here, you can see that he's on a red to the left corner, but then the red bounces off the cushion. And it may just have knocked one in the way.
One.
Yes, when O'Sullivan missed the blue going into the pack, he covered the black and the pink. The blue is available. Tried to bring the black into play there, but didn't get enough screw on the cue ball.
6. 7. Nine.
Well, didn't come back far enough. That red obviously doesn't go, so he must have played for the one below it.
10.
Good recovery shot, nicely onto the blue. Don't tell me he hasn't come far enough again. That's so careless.
15.
Well, it's a wasted chance if he doesn't pop this red to the left corner. Going for this one to the right corner. This looks harder. It's a good pot. And look at the black and pink again. He's so unfortunate.
16.
He brought them both into play, and then the pink just come and roll next to the black.
Nineteen. 20.
And again, I think there was a little bit too much adrenaline in the shot there. But he's nicely on the yellow.
22.
8 frames to be played in this first session. Possible 11 on the resumption this evening.
23.
10 the target for the title.
Twenty-eight.
Massive kick.
29.
But it's not too bad. He's still nicely on the blue. Look at the ball bounce there.
That was a kick and a half. Referee Terry Camilleri, he has the honour today of officiating the title match. But this is a pretty confident start from Judd Trump, and why not? He's been playing
34.
very confidently throughout the tournament.
Yes, when he takes this red, he clears away to go into
35.
that cluster.
Uncleaned.
Yeah. I think Trump felt he got a kick again, and he did. That's 3 shots in a row he's had heavy contact. Unbelievable. Sullivan missed the blue when looking to split the pack of reds.
Well, he's on a red to the left corner, but he hasn't developed the black, which is what he intended, so he's got to get top side of the blue again. Only 26 points in the game.
41.
I'm not sure if he can hit the black on the left side. That would push the red towards the pocket. Well, chose to screw directly at the red on the cushion.
44.
Well, wasn't far away. There's the green again. Had it missed the pink, it would have been on the red. It'd have come on the inside of the pink.
Judd Trump 44.
A good contribution though from Trump in this opening frame. So Ronnie O'Sullivan 30 adrift, 51 left in this first frame of the final. Fantastic atmosphere out there at the Barbican. Delicate touch from O'Sullivan.
Yes, it shouldn't pose a problem. Just a little touch up to the red. But he gains a safety advantage. Now he can play up the table. Try and get him behind the green. Or in the jaws of the green pocket. Chose to open the reds, and that's a better shot to play, more attacking shot. Judd Trump's got to be very careful here not to push a red towards that right corner. Doesn't want that in. Oh, well, right on the edge. Years of practice, he says.
Yes, and Trump's expression told you what he thought about it. A little lucky there, Ronnie. This is very tough for Trump.
It's funny that, isn't it? If it goes in, he's unlucky. It stays out, he's lucky. Can't win.
Good return.
Yes, good kiss on the yellow. Oh, look. Look at what's on the cue ball. Yes, a full ball kiss on the yellow would have left the red onto the right corner. Caught it a little thick. Is the blue going to save him? He's got a choice to make here. He can leave the cue ball in the jaws of the yellow pocket and try and use the blue to cover that red, or try and come in behind the yellow. Trying to leave it by the yellow pocket. It looks okay. Good length on the cue ball. Tough pot this. And if he goes for it, he'll have to get it, otherwise he could be leaving the game on. What a shot. Great shot. Real confidence builder.
One.
Well, if there was one area of O'Sullivan's game which was a little patchy yesterday, in his semi-final against Stuart Bingham, it was his long potting, but that was right out of the top drawer.
Well, did he get a big bounce there?
8.
Certainly further down the table than he wanted. Well, that's what he's telling you. He got a big bounce. He's just rubbing the cushion. No way that Ronnie O'Sullivan could have been that far out with his position from such an easy positional shot.
The cue ball's going to end up being smaller than the others. The amount it's being polished already. There's the newly arranged Barbican since we went down to one table for the semi-finals.
9.
Yes, a little far for the blue and not far enough for the pink. So maybe take the brown or green.
It's
all about this red then.
Yes, you were right, Philip. All about that red.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 13.
Hasn't left an easy shot though on this red. Worth taking on though. He could even attempt to pull that cue ball back in behind the pink, just in case he missed. He'd be on the brown to get to the yellow. Oh, he's a mile out. And it's Judd Trump's turn, who's a little fortunate. And a little harder or softer, he left the red onto the middle.
O'Sullivan 17 points adrift, 35 remaining. Hitting a hope from Trump. Oh.
Hasn't worked for him this time, and this is a great chance to take the opening frame for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Had he played it softer, he got a good safety.
One. Seven.
Yes, just trying to work things out, but he needs the pink.
9.
O'Sullivan said yesterday after his fantastic semi-final against Stuart Bingham when he trailed 4-1,
12.
recovered to win 6-5, that if it had been a boxing match it would have been stopped after 5 frames, so much was he being outplayed by Bingham in all departments. Today
16.
he says, I really need to try and get in front and not have to play catch-up. That's what he's made a career of doing.
21.
Establishing a lead and then dominating. This for a 1-0 advantage. Well, it's been a tight opening frame, but it's gone the way of Ronnie O'Sullivan. Judd Trump, escaping from the snooker, left an easy red. O'Sullivan did the rest. 1-0 to the Rocket. Trump a little disappointed to see that first frame slip from his grasp. He didn't do a lot wrong, to be honest. Found himself snookered, and in escaping from the snooker left O'Sullivan in. Very tight opening frame, but he knows he's got to take every chance that comes his way if he is going to get the better of O'Sullivan today. He pushed him very hard at the recent Champion of Champions, an outstanding final, full of big breaks. And Trump said of that final afterwards that O'Sullivan simply produced perfection. And he was hopeful today that he couldn't possibly play better than he did that day, and that if he did drop his level a little, that it was up to Trump to capitalise. Long way to go. 7 more frames in this first session.
Thank you.
10 frames.
Second frame.
To be crowned UK
Ronnie
champion.
O'Sullivan to break.
Familiar left-handed break-off from the ambidextrous O'Sullivan.
Leaves the long red on to the right corner. And nothing else to play except this red, so maybe forced into taking it on. Oh, what a great shot it was.
Well, O'Sullivan nailed one a little like that in the previous frame. Trump responding in kind. He is a fabulous long potter.
He has just gone a little too far now for the blue to be comfortable. This is more difficult than Ronnie O'Sullivan's miss. And he's on one to the right corner.
6.
Awkward cueing, maybe on one to the middle as well. But this is a good chance. You can just drop this one in. The black goes, pink goes.
7.
There's confirmation of the black and red possible to this left corner.
12.
Nice done run through for the black. I'm just got to be careful that it does spot again. Don't want to tie it up next to the pink.
$21.
Used all the pocket there.
Yes. Better position on the black, but got to be careful not to pinch too much on these tables. I was about to say tight tables, but not really tight. But it is imperative that he scores heavy. tries to get that frame back again.
28.
There's been nothing wrong with Trump
29.
scoring so far this week. He's knocked in 7 century breaks, 2 more than O'Sullivan. Although, of course, the Rocket conjured that wonderful 147 to collect a bonus of £44,000, unless Trump can make one of his own in the final, in which case they'll share it. You wouldn't rule anything out when this
36.
pair come together.
I don't think he played to kiss that red. He's got the red to the baulk corner and one to the middle. Is it hard enough? Only just. He's too high this time, surely. Yes, and that's a gift for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
That's precisely the kind of error Trump simply can't make today.
One.
Hoping that hasn't cost him the second frame.
Well, he could go into the reds here, and if he caught them thin, the cue ball would go towards that right cushion, and he'd be on the red. He's got other ideas though.
8.
He may use that red that's closest to the pack to open the reds with.
9.
And that looks like what he's got in mind. Now, if you can come round the... Well, he hasn't got the angle to come round the 2 cushions. Now, I was about to say that if you can leave an angle on that red closest to the pack...
16.
So he can open the reds, it'd be on the pink.
17.
Now, again, he's come straight on this black, or straight-ish. So I'm going to have to take the red to the middle now. And he needed all the pocket. Caught that near
24.
angle.
Yep.
Once again, Sullivan spots something on the cue ball. Always missable, these.
Tough shots, without a doubt. And he needs to play it in such a way as to leave an angle on the black to be able to disturb the reds. So not just a matter of potting the red. Got to leave the angle,
25.
which he's done. Half ball on the red, sends the red towards the middle pocket. Oh, he caught it full ball. And that's a life for Judd Trump. If he catches it
32.
half ball, he sends the red towards the middle and he's on it. The red's gone there. He just can't see it.
So Trump's miss doesn't prove fatal.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 32.
His lead cut to 5.
And not the best safety shot he's played. That cue ball not close enough to the cushion. There's the split again. Can't see it. No, he's going for the other one.
Oh, magnificent pot.
Well, had to get it. Look where the cue ball was.
One.
Incredible pot.
The kind of pot that sends the odd shiver down the spine of your opponent. But what has he done here?
Well, surely he hasn't snookered
7.
himself on all of them. He's snookered himself on that one, but can he get to the one to the middle? Lucky boy.
Yeah. 8.
Camilleri will be putting in for overtime at this rate. Could have gone wrong. I think he was worried for a moment. What a pot that was, though, to get this break rolling again. Shows how confident he's feeling. He would have known that if it had stayed out, it was almost certainly 2-0 O'Sullivan.
40.
Yes, but as I said, when O'Sullivan played the shot, he didn't get that cue ball close to the cushion
15.
and left a chance, albeit a very difficult one for Judd Trump.
Pink. Red.
Well, he needs both reds, doesn't he? 26 points
21.
ahead. So I've got to finish top side of the black here to be able to get to the red.
22.
And that's a poor positional shot.
He knows it.
Had to finish top side of the black to be able to get to the red. How to make it hard for yourself. So just the red needed. Make sure of it.
30.
No heroics there from Trump. 35 in front with just the colours left, so 2 snookers to tie for O'Sullivan. Looks like going 1-all. And it definitely will now. So Trump will be relieved. He's hit back straight away, which was vital for him, particularly having missed
36.
that relatively straightforward pot to right centre, which might have cost him the frame had O'Sullivan split the cluster of reds as he intended.
38.
But now Trump will feel as though he's in the final. He's got a frame on the board. This is the red he potted to keep the break going. What a magnificent shot that was. Gutsy.
41.
We saw O'Sullivan pot one from a not dissimilar position, slightly shorter
45.
range, admittedly, yesterday, which effectively won him his semi-final against Bingham, when once again he knew if he missed, it would cost him a place in the final. It's moments like that that can make a big difference.
50.
Well, expect those pot percentages to remain in the high 90s. It really does have the makings of something spectacular. And after 2 frames, it's level pegging. O'Sullivan took the first. Trump has responded. 1 apiece here in the final. O'Sullivan breaks off in frame 2. And it's not a great break-off. Careering into the blue. He took the first frame. Trump has hit back to take the second. 6 more in this session.
Yes, you can call that a let-off. Although probably erring on the thin side, so he could miss the black.
One.
Well, it's good to get the blue back on its spot, but he could have done with a better angle to get back to the reds had it missed the brown. And played this with right hand side on the cue ball, which made the pot even more difficult. Played it with right hand side so the cue ball would miss the reds.
If O'Sullivan were to win today, his £150,000 winner's cheque would take him up to 3 in the new ranking list, ahead of the Masters
6
next month, ahead of Mark Selby, who of course bowed out early. And if Trump wins, well, he'll move up.
Can you check the earpieces, please?
To 6th position,
down. Thank you.
having started the tournament down in 11th. So lots of incentives for these two guys today.
Well, normally likes to leave those low on the red so he can bring more reds into play.
40.
Oh, he's missed them. He tried to run off the reds, bring more reds out into play, but he potted the red badly. And the cue ball didn't take the path he expected. That's the spot where he needs to land, otherwise he's going to be snookered on that red. And that's end of break. And that was all down to that poor positional shot just a moment ago. I think the first one was the black, where he didn't leave the intended position on the red to open the reds.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 21.
So Judd Trump gets off relatively lightly.
Yes, every time you leave your opponent in this scenario between these two players, if you come back to the table, it's a bonus. Well, the reds come over. A chance here.
Safety error from Trump, leaving O'Sullivan with his chance to get back in. Which he takes. His long potting has looked very assured so far today.
Yes, and he knew he was going into that red on the cushion, and it couldn't have worked out any better. And he knows it. Can't afford to leave him sticking out.
Already with a handy lead, O'Sullivan. Good chance this to move back in front.
9.
This time didn't come far enough onto the red. Wanted to get back to the black again. Pink may be available.
17.
Goodness, just for a moment there.
Yes, I was with you. Wasn't sure.
23.
Turned 39 a couple of days ago, O'Sullivan, but no signs at all, really, that his powers have diminished. On the contrary, seems to be enjoying his snooker more than ever, and that's showing through in his play.
24.
going to be fascinating to see just how long he can stay at the top. We know that traditionally late 30s tend to signal a decline
31.
in the top professionals. We see John Higgins not being quite the player he was before. He's of a similar age to O'Sullivan. Likewise, Mark Williams, still very capable players, of course, but not quite as they were a decade or so ago. O'Sullivan bucking that trend.
38.
Well, we didn't expect this to be slow.
Yes, he hasn't come far enough on the pink, so I have to play for that red to the left middle. Now, if you can leave an angle on this pink to come across for the two reds, he only needs one of them.
45.
To be sure, the pink's enough to leave his opponent needing snookers, but one more red. Nicely on it. And could well be
51.
First century of this final.
$52.
Well, that puts the frame beyond any kind of doubt. Trump being punished here for leaving that long red for O'Sullivan.
59.
The margin of error so fine.
60.
Nevertheless, it was a great red he got in with. Good kiss on the red behind the black.
$67. 68. $75. 76. 82.
One good pot here, and the century looks on. Oh no.
O'Sullivan, 82.
Didn't get the connection he wanted, so no century, but that was a clinical break from O'Sullivan, punishing Judd Trump's loose safety. Launched by a brilliant long red, and he moves back in front at 2-1. Judd Trump, if he didn't know it already, knows that he simply cannot afford to leave red sticking out for Ronnie O'Sullivan today, any more than O'Sullivan can for Trump. Both players at their best, superb long potters. O'Sullivan has really picked up his game in that regard today after missing quite a few against Stuart Bingham yesterday. But he got in with a big break after Trump left him with that opportunity. And so leads 2-1, which means we have 5 more sessions, 5 more frames, I should say, in this session. And one more before the interval. Can Trump draw level again, or will O'Sullivan carve out an early lead in this final? Tremendous atmosphere. Crowd contributing to this special occasion, the final of the UK Championship, one of the biggest days on the snooker calendar. And you couldn't wish for 2 better players to be contesting this final. Frame 4.
Has he just about covered this red to the right corner? And even if, well, it looks tight, but even if he can pot it, he's got to avoid some balls. Yeah, great pot. Now, how's your luck?
1.
He's either snookered or he's on it. He's snookered.
Thank you.
Well, very unfortunate for Trump. It was a tremendous red. millimetre to the right, and he would have been bang in. Instead, nestling on that red and end of break, and not only that, snookered.
Yeah, green looks to be the ball.
Brown.
Well, he's playing the brown. I'm surprised because if he hits it full, well, he's hit it thin, and he's happy with that. But had he hit it full, he'd have left a chance for Ronnie O'Sullivan. If he played the green, hit it full, he wouldn't have left the chance. This is the long red he just potted, and he can count himself very unfortunate not to be on the black.
Well, after 3 and a bit frames, that's pretty impressive because both of them have knocked in 3 or 4 each. They've all been outstanding, good pots.
Well, this turn the long pot didn't come off, and he's left a chance for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Caught it much too thick, hence the cannon to the black. Would have missed the black if it had got near the pot. Sullivan in front with the safety success, 73 to 64%. Well, I've got a feeling he played to come round the back of that red, go up for the blue, and then come down for the red on the black spot. So it's a let-off. The cannon to that red has forced him out of position.
Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, a good safety, but Judd Trump will be delighted just to be back at the table after only 1 point from O'Sullivan. Had to withstand a fine fight back from Stephen Maguire last night. Trump, having carved out a 5-1 lead, he was pegged back to 5-4. Potted a superb brown in the 10th frame, which effectively won him the match, setting up a straightforward blue. And there was a big fist pump from Trump when he got it done yesterday. He was desperate to give himself the opportunity to take O'Sullivan on again.
Yes, it's a tough safety, this, though.
Oh,
what a great pot. He probably felt he had to go for it. Now, what about the kiss this time round?
1.
Well, it could have been better. He's got the yellow. What a superb pot this was. And probably felt he had no option but to go for it.
so difficult. Tight to the cushion. Had to hit it perfectly, which he did.
3.
He's overhit it, and And that's careless again. If the yellow doesn't go to the middle, it's just a snooker. Well, I think it does just go. But he certainly didn't play for that. Only just went.
Six.
There's a red in the middle of that cluster, 2 below the pink. That will go to the left corner. There it is. Oh dear. Can't afford to miss those.
Well, he looks as though he snatched at that a bit. Rush of blood. Bit of body swerve on that one. Huge amount of pressure out there. So difficult to maintain composure at all times.
One.
It could be a very costly error.
Well, it should be.
Six.
Still work to be done, of course. The 2 reds above the black, not impossible positions.
Seven.
But if you can get low on the black, you can play a cannon to one of those 2 reds just above the black. So stun run through, leave the cue ball close to the cushion. No, he's missed the red. He probably concentrating
Ronnie
on the position so much, and he got it. He was perfect on the black. What a let-off for Judd Trump. As Philip said, though, there's lots of pressure out there. 3-1 is a good lead. And it brings its own pressure to try and get it.
And no one who has ever played the game is immune. However good they are. Good safety from Trump.
Needs to slow down. He's done the same thing again, and this time he hasn't been fortunate. So just a snooker, and the way the pack's bunched there, you wouldn't expect Ronnie O'Sullivan to leave anything from this.
Judd Trump, 1.
Attempting to hit the red next to the black, and he's well out. And I'd
Fouls
put that down to the
Judd
cushions
Trump.
rather than Ronnie O'Sullivan.
The tables have had rather more publicity than is desirable in this tournament.
Okay.
That's what he's attempting. And that's more like it.
Good escape from O'Sullivan. Trump looking to put him back in some bother. He's a bit short there, I think.
Yes, and a little careless really to leave the cue ball so far away from the baulk cushion from a touching ball. Oh, where's this red going? Where's this red going? More importantly, can Judd Trump see enough of it? He may need to swerve it slightly with a touch of left-hand side on the cue ball.
It's a careless safety from O'Sullivan, certainly.
Yes, you saw the cue ball turn.
1.
But didn't pot it thin enough, hence the cue ball going into the reds. Well, doesn't have to play the pink. He can come off the cushion and try and hit the yellow or brown.
Pink. Foul.
Yeah, he won't be too bothered about that.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 6.
Sullivan pots this red just above the pink spot, which is not tempting. Oh, it's just got a little sloppy at the moment, both players. It's not getting their safety right. Well, again, that's not a good safety. He played that cue ball to the cushion, and it was a big target, the yellow, pink and brown. And that's left O'Sullivan with another chance, which is duly potted.
1.
This is the third chance that O'Sullivan has had. Well, remarkable success from distance thus far for both players.
Yes, and desperate to get that pink back on the spot.
7.
And with pink and black there, pink and blue there, black out of commission, he needed that pink on the spot.
8. $14.
Won't need that red next to the black.
15. $21. 22.
Well, anything over 90 is very good, and 94 is excellent. stage, O'Sullivan was down in the low 80s against Stuart Bingham.
28.
Barely allowed him a pot in 4 of the first 5 frames. But he certainly finished
29.
very strongly, O'Sullivan. Big break for 5 all and then a century to finish off. Trump needs to tighten up just a little.
Yes, it was a poor safety. It's allowed Ronnie O'Sullivan in with this break. And needs that penultimate red near the right side cushion.
$34.
So just the red needed. Just checking.
$35.
The crowd know that O'Sullivan, barring snookers, is going to take a 3-1 interval lead. Huh. Wow, that was a double kick with relish. Doesn't matter.
41. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 41.
Trump comes back to the table, just 35 remaining, so 4 snookers to tie as things stand.
This looks good. Just not tight enough.
Well, this has been a relatively scrappy frame, but we're still averaging 15 minutes a frame. It's pretty rapid stuff, as you would expect between this pair. We like to attack at every opportunity. Well, that should signal the end for sure. So advantage Ronnie O'Sullivan then, after the first mini session of this final. His highest break of 82, Trump knocked in a 50 to level at 1-all. But his safety hasn't been quite good enough so far, and O'Sullivan
7.
has taken advantage of that to open up a 2-frame lead. A long way to go.
9.
First to 10, of course, 4 more frames in this afternoon session. A possible 11 tonight. But it's O'Sullivan who has got his nose in front. That was the goal after he was playing catch-up against Bingham yesterday. Wanted a faster start, and he's got one.
16. $21. 27 in the frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So the first instalment of this UK final is done, and it's gone the way of Rocket Ronnie. O'Sullivan leading Judd Trump by 3 frames to 1. Trump with a little bit to ponder in the 15-minute break. They'll be back soon for the resumption. So we're nearly ready to go. Just a reminder then, as Judd Trump breaks off in frame number 5, a frame he urgently needs, really. The remainder of the draw is as follows. Stuart Bingham against Marco Fu. Ronnie O'Sullivan against Ricky Walden, the international champion for the last couple of weeks. Neil Robertson against Rob Milkins. Mark Selby against Sean Murphy. That's the tie of the round. Barry Hawkins against Ali Carter. It will be great to see Carter back in action again. Alexandra Pellis. And Ding Junhui, the current world #1, against Joe Perry.
What a start from Ronnie O'Sullivan, and a pretty good kiss on the ground.
1.
Cue ball again, not close enough to that baulk cushion. His safety has got to improve. Long pot success after 4 frames, 100% from both players.
Well, needless to say, it can't get any better, but that is impressive after 4 frames. And we've had a lot of long pots from both players, and they've all found their target.
Well, why we've circled that red is that if he can finish straight on that red, that will lead him to the black. And that looks pretty good to me.
5.
Pot success for O'Sullivan, 95%. Very good indeed.
Six.
Oh, a straight black off the
Ronnie
spot
O'Sullivan, 6.
into the corner pocket. Wasn't doing anything with the cue ball. I can't believe he's missed that. Caught that near jaw. Just a lapse in concentration. No pressure involved in that shot, just a lapse in concentration. Could be costly. Red goes to the right middle. This red also goes to the corner. And I've no idea why he took that red. Maybe it was because he could get to the other 2 reds easier. But surely I thought the red to the middle, just roll it in. He's on the black. The 2 reds by the black spot.
Well, it's going to be a long day for Judd Trump if he doesn't make more of shot misses like O'Sullivan's on the black.
1.
Not really scoring heavily enough yet, Trump, when he does get the chance.
I fully agree. He's got to punish O'Sullivan when he does miss. And that was a very good chance to do just that. The circle was an option, but there's always 2 or 3 shots that you can play, and he chose to play for the red over the corner.
Six. Eleven.
Well, he'd have liked to have had an angle on this red so that he could have bust the reds open. Bring more reds into play, which he's managed to do.
Ninety. Twenty.
just lost the cue ball a little there. Wanted to be straighter on this red to the right
27.
middle.
Yep.
Trump will be very frustrated that he didn't take advantage of O'Sullivan's missed black off its spot. There's the view from the crowd.
Yes, it just travelled a little too far for that red. Poor
O'Sullivan,
positional shot
27.
from black to red. Although you still expected him to pot it. But he wasn't ideal on it.
Things a little ragged on the resumption then from both players, missing balls they wouldn't normally.
One.
And that's gone horribly wrong from Trump.
Well, that cue ball is playing like a light white. Again, he's 3 or 4 inches out of position here. Maybe you tried to catch the black, I don't know, but he's out of position.
So that's 2 good chances Trump has had from 2 O'Sullivan errors. And it looks like he's going to have an aggregate points tally of 1.
Well, you could also reach over and play this right-handed.
Out comes the extended spider. Trump needs help here to bridge over that cluster of reds. And even now it's difficult.
Anybody got a buffet?
Might need a ladder.
One there.
Anything else under there, ref?
Scaffolding, maybe. Okay, so now we have the swan instead. Maybe we're going to need the swan and the spider. Couldn't be more awkwardly placed, right in the centre of the table and hampered by that cluster of reds.
Green.
Well, he'll be allowed 2 chances at this green.
Underpaced by a country mile.
Foulness.
Well,
Trump
certainly
1.
lacking the line anyway.
O'Sullivan 4.
Yes, if Trump were to be put back in by O'Sullivan and miss the green again, then he'd be forced to go to the black, otherwise he'd forfeit the frame if he missed the green a 3rd time. Back it goes.
Well, I wouldn't take the risk on playing the green again, because if you miss cues on the black or something, so this time coming off the side cushion.
Which ball, John? Black. Yeah, thanks. Black.
A bit harder, he potted it. Has left a chance to the green pocket.
Well, O'Sullivan, as we know, hasn't missed a long one yet. Neither has Trump. This could be very profitable if he gets this one.
That releases another one into the left corner.
Sullivan was down at the 30% mark in terms of long pot success yesterday in his semi-final against Stuart Bingham, so he really has raised his game dramatically in that department.
9.
Surprised he didn't open more reds there. He could have done. Maybe you're just trying to tickle them, which would have been enough. No attempt to open the reds. He played for this red at the back of the pack.
14.
50 points the difference.
15.
So
Sullivan close to a 4-1 lead now. So this red would mean that Trump can only tie. And I don't think there's much doubt that O'Sullivan has bagged frame number 5. Well, this is becoming a bit serious now for Judd Trump. He's had chances and he simply hasn't been able to take them.
30.
O'Sullivan has not played the perfect snooker as Trump described
31.
it that he did in their Champion of Champions final. But he hasn't been punished. Yesterday, every error was pounced upon by Stuart Bingham, who scored heavily and kept O'Sullivan dry in his seat for 5 frames before the Rocket mounted a fight back. Today, well, it's been O'Sullivan doing most of the scoring.
missed chances. That's what it's all about.
44.
Trump's had chances, hasn't taken them.
45.
He's going to have to start taking them very quickly, otherwise this final will slip away from him pretty fast. 3 more frames to come in this session. You've got to think that Trump needs 2 of them minimum.
51.
There can never have been a better front runner in the game than Ronnie
54.
O'Sullivan.
56.
The one man to buck that trend was Mark Selby, of course, who came back from quite a way behind to defeat O'Sullivan and deny him a 6th world title
59.
in the spring. But that was very much the exception to the rule.
63.
More often than not, when he gets 2 or 3 in front, he is pretty much unstoppable.
68.
And the frustration for Trump will be that O'Sullivan has not been at his best, but he still has that very useful 3-frame advantage.
74.
Made an 82 break earlier this afternoon.
81 in the frame.
And now an 81 to go with it. So 4 out of 5 frames have gone the way of Ronnie O'Sullivan. Judd Trump is going to have to move through the gears and do it quickly. O'Sullivan extends his lead to 4-1. Frame 6 is after the break. That man has plenty to think about now. He's not quite brought his A game to the party yet, and that's pretty much essential if he's going to get the better of Ronnie O'Sullivan. He now leads 4-1.
He hasn't brought any kind of game, has he, really? Never mind A game. He hasn't brought B, C, D or E.
It's a bit too comfortable for O'Sullivan at the moment, not having to be at his brilliant best to be in charge. But there is still a long way to go. 3 more frames in this session.
Thank you. Frame 6. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Trump needs to stop the rot. 3 in a row now for O'Sullivan.
Yes, and that's a better break-off than the one that Trump's been breaking off with. Red behind the black is stopping the pot to the left corner. Looks like a touching ball, which allows Ronnie O'Sullivan just to play away from them.
What was?
Yeah, so when he plays this cue ball down the table, he's got to cover that red to the right corner. Doesn't want to leave a chance at that red. So there, somewhere there. That's more or less where it was before. So dead on the cushion behind the green is the spot. Hasn't got it dead, and he's left a chance at this red. Hasn't refused much, Judd Trump. Wasn't far away. And not a lot of damage done.
Those shots a little bit harder when you're 4-1 behind to O'Sullivan. Well, that's the first error from distance from either player, so nothing wrong with Trump's long game today. But he's yet to produce anything like the form he's shown in getting to this final. O'Sullivan, on the other hand, has been that little bit more solid.
So looking to leave the cue ball on the baulk cushion behind the yellow. Well, you can just see that speck of blue chalk there, along with a couple of hairs on the cue ball. It's amazing what it picks up. And that cannon to the red in the middle of the table has left O'Sullivan with another chance. He didn't put anything on the cue ball. Could have tried to check the cue ball back down the table, but didn't put anything on it.
One.
Well, Trump's just making too many errors at the moment.
And has done for the last 2 or 3 frames.
Three.
Well, statistics can be misleading. O'Sullivan marginally second best in the safety department, but that's irrelevant when you look at the score. The only stat that matters. 4 frames to O'Sullivan, just 1 to Trump, and another good chance here for the Rocket to build at the very least a sizable lead.
Didn't really want to play for this red behind the black, but didn't have the angle to stun off the cushion for that loose red just above the black.
11.
And he's made a mess of that one. Well, look at where he's landed. Right behind the black, for the black to the middle pocket. And very fortunate that.
Needs to go in though.
Couldn't have landed any better.
Well, the player in front playing better normally gets the rub of the green.
As always. Still work to do though. You can see 2 reds that will go to the same pocket as this red.
20.
Overdone it. Overdone it by some distance. No big bounces there. Never touched a cushion.
Well, even though he's well in charge at the moment, O'Sullivan, his positional play has not been of its usual impeccable standard.
$25.
Trying to nudge another couple of reds out, but that's end of break after the black. Tough red down the cushion.
33.
But these are well and truly missable, and doesn't really want to give Judd Trump a chance by taking the red on and leaving him a chance. Couldn't have got any closer without going in,
O'Sullivan,
but a half chance for Judd Trump now.
And it's half chances that Trump has got to start taking.
Well, he's got the red. He's got the right side of the blue. He needs a bit of luck in opening these reds. How's your luck? Not good. They've split nicely, but there's nothing easy there.
6.
It's all going against him at the moment. That red is on, but very risky to take it. No colour for it. Can you see the one past it?
Well, incredibly risky. It's almost certain to lose in the frame if he doesn't get it. But maybe he has to start taking a few risks.
Well, there's nothing for the first red. If you can see the second red, then you can go down the table. But can you see enough of it?
Certainly doesn't look like it from there, but very difficult to tell from square on. The camera can deceive. Trump's right behind it.
No, it's just a safety.
Judd Trump, 6.
Well, it was a good split. But didn't land on anything.
He couldn't have hit the pink much better, could he, really? Trump needs to remain with a positive thought pattern. He can still emerge from this session at 4 each. That's the way he's got to think about it.
Yes, fortune favouring the guy in front. He caught the black and finished up with a very good safety. This is the split from the blue into the reds. A little kiss there would have made a big difference. Very unfortunate. Two cushion escape. And he's got the cue ball down the table. but he's pushed a red to that left corner. That could be devastating. Don't think he's hampered by the green.
No, and he could so easily have hampered O'Sullivan, couldn't he? Once again, Trump not really getting any kind of run of the ball at the moment. If that had been an inch or so lower, it would have made the pot 10 times harder.
Well, we'll soon find out if he's impeding or not. Well, may take the black here. Not ideal on the blue. Played with a lot of topspin on the cue ball. So black it is. And this time it's O'Sullivan that's had the bad run.
8. O'Sullivan, 8.
$35 points then, O'Sullivan's advantage, but still 8 reds left.
Yes, and a good safety. Getting that cue ball close to the cushion. Adds pressure to the shot. Oh, great pot. Great pot, but not a kind kiss.
1.
He's very unlucky there, Trump. Tremendous pot. Now, just to let you know that we'll be leaving the snooker here on Eurosport 2 in about 5 minutes' time. But coverage will continue over on Eurosport 1. So you won't miss anything. All you have to do is switch channels. Tremendous pot from Trump, who's trying to make things happen. And this time, he gets his just desserts. That was brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. Deserved everything he got there. What a tremendous yellow. Powered it into that green pocket. And as Philip said, he's trying to make something happen. And something did happen there. He got the good kiss.
4.
And now it's imperative that he wins the game at this visit, and it's going to be difficult because he's going to need that red and pink on the left side cushion. Well, he's looking at taking the red to the left of the black, but if he plays up for one of the other ones, leaves it straight to come back to the black again, he can get a better position.
I think even Ronnie O'Sullivan was appreciative of
11.
that. Brilliant yellow to back up the superb thin clip on the red to set up this chance.
And now can get to that awkward red just to the left of the black. That's the one creating problems for him.
19. 20.
I think the crowd will be rooting for Trump in this frame. They want a close final. They don't want to run away.
27.
One good frame could flick the switch for this man, because we know he's in terrific form. He's been showing it all tournament.
28.
Hasn't produced it so far in the final, but there's still plenty of time, and this could be the catalyst.
Yeah, but as I said, there's a lot of work to do here. And that red and pink on the side cushion. He could leave an
35.
angle on the black here to try and bring that red into play. And that's what he's played to do. He's got the angle to move that red. If he catches it fairly full, it'll be on the other red. Wonderful. Wonderful. Couldn't hit it any better. Left himself on the red to the middle and given himself a great chance to win this frame. Oh, would you believe it? And that's what he's done all day so far. He's just got ahead of himself and thought he'd won before he had. Didn't take enough care.
Well, that's a shocker for Judd Trump. He played so well to carve open a frame-winning chance, only to miss the easiest ball of the break.
1.
Here it is again. My goodness, this will be a painful frame to lose if O'Sullivan can clear from here.
Yes, I think he's just gone a little far to be able to get the cannon. We'll soon find out. He's just working out if he needs the pink. No, it was absolutely perfect.
Just a reminder then, as O'Sullivan develops the red just as he intended, that we'll be leaving the snooker here on Eurosport 2 in about 3 minutes' time, but it will continue over on Eurosport 1. So you won't miss any of the live action here in this UK final. All you have to do is switch channels from Eurosport 2 to 1.
4.
Coverage continues, of course, in the UK as well. But we will be switching channels from Eurosport 1 to 2 in a couple of minutes' time.
Nine.
O'Sullivan then moves into the lead. This could be a very important frame when the story of this match is told. Trump producing some inspirational stuff to give himself a chance to get the frame on the board that he needs so badly, having lost the previous 3. This was the outstanding yellow that he potted, and he got great position off it. Yes, he still had work to do, but then he played a brilliant shot to release the tricky reds.
11.
And the job almost seemed done, only to miss this one. The easiest of the lot.
14.
It's looking pretty grim now. O'Sullivan doesn't need the pink on the side cushion. Up to including the blue will be sufficient for a 5-1 lead.
18.
Well, agony for Judd Trump. O'Sullivan just developing the pink for good measure, but that man will be ruining
29.
the elementary error on the red. O'Sullivan continues to dominate here.
36 in the frame.
It's looking ominous with just 2 more frames in this session before they resume tonight. Judd Trump has got surely to win both of them. He's trailing 5-1. O'Sullivan with 4 frames on the bounce. And a warm welcome back to the UK Championship final, live from the Barbican Centre in York, where Neil Robertson was defending champion. He bowed out some time ago. The final here between Ronnie O'Sullivan and Judd Trump, and at the moment it's surprisingly one-sided. A packed house here in for this showpiece, this eagerly anticipated first ever world ranking event final meeting between O'Sullivan and Trump, surely the most exciting players in the modern game. But Trump, sadly from his point of view, as O'Sullivan executes the 2-cushion escape extremely effectively at the start of this 7th frame, Trump has had chances and has simply failed to take them, not least in that previous frame when he missed an elementary red to right centre. Nothing wrong with his long game today, though, Joe Johnson, but he simply hasn't taken his chances.
Yes, that's right. It's just all about chances. Great long red. Did all the hard work in the last frame, bringing the penultimate red into play. I don't know, maybe it's time just to really settle down.
Well, we're already at the damage limitation stage for Trump now. The best he can do is be 2 frames adrift going into the deciding session this evening. And you've got to think that he really needs to win both to maintain realistic hopes of turning this around.
Well, I don't think 5-3 would be a bad result, would it? Be a good result, 5-3. Just about got the angle on the black to run round the 2 cushions.
Yes, just one significant break really from Trump today, a half century, which is well down on the kind of scoring he's produced to get to the final. Remember, he's made 7 centuries this week to O'Sullivan's 5, and he's overcut that one. It's just not happening for him. He'll be very disappointed with the way he's played today so far.
Yes, and look at that. He can just get through the gap. Incredible. And a nice angle on the black to go into the reds. Big shot this. And unless that red comes, well, he's on the one to the right middle. Even if the one to the left is blocked.
8.
Well, there was only half a pocket there, and that's all he needed. Yes, instead of going into the pack of reds in the middle of them, played them at the edge just to bring reds out, and more importantly, the cue ball out in open play.
$16.
Well, these middle pockets are very, very tight, but it wasn't in.
And O'Sullivan has made a few errors like that today, but he's simply not been punished. And that'll be the biggest frustration for Trump. It's not as though Rocket Ronnie has played lights out snooker. He hasn't had to, though.
Looking at the possibility of a plant there to the left corner. He's got the ideal angle to go into them. You could find the gap. There's a little gap between the reds just above the black. Well, he says a kick, but I'm not so sure. It looked like he'd missed it. Let's have another look. Didn't detect a kick.
Well, this is fast turning into a nightmare session for Judd Trump.
And Sullivan doesn't like the plant. And he's overcut the red. The nerves are really beginning to tell with both players.
I think there's always a danger in situations like this when one player is so below par that the other becomes a little bit careless as well. Mindful that they're not really being punished for their errors. It's not a conscious thing, but one player can kind of drag the other one down a little. And equally, if Trump started to play at his very best, I'm sure that would see O'Sullivan summon the blood. But Trump has got to try and apply some pressure. He's got to get a couple of frames on the ball quickly.
Yes, well, that black going over the pocket might just give Judd Trump some respite. Play a few shots. Let's try and relax again. Yeah, so Sullivan can see the reds, but he doesn't like it. Not often you see that. Shot time 1 minute 10 seconds and counting for Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's happy with that, even though he got the double kiss. Sorry, the second kiss on the red. That's another very good safety shot from Judd Trump. Cutting off that left side of the reds. Coming down the right side, a lot more difficult. Doesn't want to push a red over that left corner.
Just 2 more frames, including this one in this session, remember. Possible 11 tonight if we go the distance. Trump's going to have to up his game dramatically for that to happen. Oh, found the gap between the pink and blue.
Good safety shot from Trump. And a good return from O'Sullivan. This has got to be thin. Caught it a little thick. Got a good cue ball, but that red would have gone up the table without the kiss.
Not a seat spare in the house for this eagerly anticipated final, which at the moment isn't quite living up to its billing. It's too one-sided for that. Judd Trump trying to redress the balance here.
Had to be thin, but not quite that thin.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
Well, someone's going to make hay when they get in.
Well, he had a go, and what a shot it was. It should be a frame winner, but he's missed all kinds of things today. Deep concentration required. What a pot this was. Would have been 6-1 had he missed that one.
Magnificent pot. He's produced a few of those today. He's potted the difficult ones. It's been the easier ones that have found him out. Well, he's not going to get a better chance than this to get another frame on the board.
Well, he had a great chance the last frame, didn't he? That simple red to the middle.
9.
So a lot of work to do here.
As you've already mentioned, Joe, if he can emerge from this session, only 5-3 down, I think he'll be delighted given the way he's played.
16.
Very much game on this evening if he can do that.
17.
More than capable of reeling off several frames in a row. He did it to O'Sullivan in the recent Champion of Champions final when he was well adrift at one stage and threatened a great comeback, got to within a single frame at 8-7 down.
Yep.
only for O'Sullivan to then turn it on again and win 10-7.
24.
Well, having the white cleaned, the pace came out of the cue ball there. Played the red to the right corner.
$25. $28. $29.
Not too much more to do then.
36.
Yes, but he wanted to be straight on this red to get back to the black. And the cue ball's kissing the other red, so he's going to have to go up for one of the smaller colours.
37.
Doesn't want to touch that red on the right side cushion. Wants to try and leave that safe red there. Needs a little kiss. Well,
41.
not quite like that. This is badly hampered now. Needs a red and big colour.
42.
There's the red. The brown would be enough. The yellow would be enough.
This to leave O'Sullivan requiring a snooker. And what relief Judd Trump must feel. He has finally, barring
46.
something surprising, stopped the rot. And certainly that red he got in with deserved to. Well, he really needed that red and he knows it. Yes, O'Sullivan needs a snooker, but with a red left on the table, that's eminently gettable. Should have made sure he rushed it, didn't he?
Yes, it's like you relaxed, and you can't afford to relax.
Well, of course, there are a couple of reds left, so O'Sullivan still has chances in this frame. 45 behind, with a black to come. That will make it 38, the deficit with 35 left, and Trump continues to suffer. Hoping he's done enough in this frame, but should have made sure.
Well, chance here. He could try and get the cue ball in behind the black. Red behind the green. Or the other way around.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 8.
Not quite hard enough.
So this is a chance for Trump, and we know how good he's been from distance today. Couldn't have been much closer.
Yes, I think he was trying to put the black on the cushion at the same time there, but missed the black.
Is there a gap for Trump? Yes, there is. Can't get to the podding angle, I don't think, but can certainly hit the red. Well, maybe he can.
Well, I would think. I think he was going to play the cue ball back up the table.
Oh dear.
Yes, good chance here. And nothing safe. Oh, he's too hard. Is he?
Well, it's tight. It should have been a better snooker from O'Sullivan.
Well, it's easy enough to hit coming off the baulk cushion. Maybe a slight swerve with the spider.
Great chance there, though, for O'Sullivan to get him right behind the pink and in a bit of bother. Only needs one snooker. Oh my goodness me, very nearly missed that red.
Well, I said a slight swerve, and he swerved it a full ball.
Well, at that stage it was looking like it was slipping past the edge. And that could have been fatal.
This could be close. This could be close.
Well, Trump sportingly taps the table. I think he can see the red just about.
Yes, he can.
But what a heart in the mouth moment that was just now when he put too much swerve on the ball. Longest frame of the match by far. And still not decided. Judd Trump has O'Sullivan requiring a snooker, but the Rocket will fancy his chances of getting it. And if he were to get it and clear up, well, would there be any coming back for Trump? Psychologically, it would be very hard.
O'Sullivan, 8.
Well, a little bit of insurance for Judd Trump. The black going closer to the cushion. Got to be close. Has to be close.
Best case scenario, when your opponent needs a snooker, put him in a snooker.
And there's another chance. Oh, what about this? What about this?
Well, it was a good hit. The snooker's a bonus.
Any side on the cue ball? Well, he still hasn't left it. O'Sullivan has been snookered himself a couple of times. Cue ball's close to the cushion, but a chance for Judd Trump. Put it to bed. So 2 snookers required, but if the green goes in, which it has done.
At long last, he has stopped the rot. It's been a difficult afternoon for Judd Trump. Ever since he levelled at 1-all, it's been a real struggle for him. He's missed quite a few balls. He's failed to take the chances he's been given, but he has finally got his second frame on the board and releasing a bit of frustration about the afternoon there, I think. So, Trump stops a 4-frame run from O'Sullivan to keep his hopes alive here. One more frame in this session. He needs that one as well, really. O'Sullivan's lead cut to 3. The Rocket leads by 5 frames to 2. The first to 10 is the target for the title. And the final frame of this session. Welcome back to the Barbican. Just one more frame then to come in the first session of the UK final. Ronnie O'Sullivan leading Judd Trump by 5 frames to 2. Trump having taken the 7th, which he desperately needed to close the gap to 3, having lost 4 in a row. Trump has been missing all sorts of stuff this afternoon. He's been well below the player that we've seen in getting to the final today. O'Sullivan hasn't been at his best, but he hasn't been punished for the errors he's made. And so he enjoys that very handy advantage. This final frame of this session, Joe Johnson, is absolutely pivotal.
Yes, and as you said, if Judd Trump could come away from this 5-3, then yeah, he would fancy his chances tonight, because he'd be saying to himself, well, I couldn't have played any worse, and it's 5-3. But it is important. 6-2 or 5-3, it's a massive difference.
So he's really got to steel himself now, Trump, for this one. Equally, O'Sullivan will be very keen to restore his commanding 4-frame lead.
Of the session, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Here we go then, O'Sullivan to break off. Is the gap going to be 2 or 4?
Well, 2 reds, both risky.
Well, Judd Trump's solitary half-century coming in the second frame when he levelled at 1-all. We haven't seen the breaks we would have expected from this pair this afternoon. But that is another wonderful long pot. If there's one area of his game that has been brilliant today, it is long potting.
Superb. And the cue ball just staying short of the baulk line. As we look at this long red again. Terrific pot.
I mean, that's extraordinary for 7 frames. O'Sullivan hasn't missed one. Trump has only missed the solitary long pot from memory.
3.
Yes, he was just praying for that cue ball to slow down. And he's nicely in now.
4.
Neither player winning a frame at one visit.
Which is very uncharacteristic of them.
O'Sullivan did have an 80 break, but needed to be at the table at least a couple of times.
12.
Now, may go into them, but he's got another 3 loose reds there he could play for. And it's not a good pack to go into. Oh, he wanted the kiss on the red. And now this has made the red
90.
a little bit more difficult. Maybe the one next to the pink will go to the left corner. Well, the blue is easy enough to come in out of the baulk. And for a left-handed player, it's coming down the left side of the table. for choice of 3 reds. He likes to play it that way around instead of coming straight up and down, but he's underhit it.
25.
Needs the rest.
$26.
And that's okay. Cue ball's far enough away from the cushion. And once again, could have done with just coming a couple of inches further. This red is onto the middle, but work to do with it now.
34.
And the pink is far enough away from the reds to stop Judd Trump going into that pack of reds. Oh, he's gone too far.
$39.
And that's a mistake. Could have played the cannon to the pink. Well, he's got an easy safety shot to try and get in behind the green.
Judd Trump, 39.
Well, not as big a break as Judd Trump was hoping for, but at least he has the advantage in this key frame for him.
Well, he's looking at the possibility of a plant to the middle. Look at this. I'll tell you what, he was a little fortunate there, Judd Trump. Why he didn't play down the table.
Looked on.
Well, there is a red, thin cut to the middle. Wouldn't leave anything if he comes back to where he is now. Except the red he's playing on.
This is the 12th meeting between this pair, O'Sullivan having won 6 of the previous 11, but the first time that they've ever met in a ranking final.
That's a superb shot. And he's got a nice angle on this black.
Sullivan yet to miss a long one today. Amazing. Huh, but he's missed a shortish one.
And O'Sullivan won.
Wow. Well, did that black just turn out a little, make it a little easier to the middle? We expect him to get everything. I mean, the cue ball was close to the cushion.
One.
It hasn't come back far enough. Would have been on the black. Just dropped it in for the red into the middle next to the pink. And the snooker, if he plays the snooker, fairly easy enough to escape into that bunch of reds. I don't know, maybe put a colour safe. Play the cue ball onto the baulk cushion. Worth some insurance at this stage of the game rather than the snooker.
Yellow. Trump 1.
Well, he's got the snooker, but there's still nothing safe. Perfectly judged. Touch and ball called, so easy safety shot. Well, if the reds were open, then you could have expected to maybe have been left a red, but the way the reds are... Oh, it sprung off the cushion there. It sprung off the cushion. And that's a mistake from O'Sullivan. Didn't catch the reds thick enough.
One.
Judd Trump is in again. He's only got one more loose red. So will he go into them from here or play for the loose one? He's gone into them. Well, he's got some insurance now, but he's not on a red once the pink comes back on its spot. Time to start putting some balls safe, and maybe if he plays the double, not actually to the pocket, but high up the cushion. Now that's just as good.
Judd Trump 7.
Get some insurance and cover the red as well, hopefully.
So Judd Trump firmly in charge of this crucial 8th frame. He will be delighted if he can emerge from what has been a difficult session in the main for him. Just 2 frames adrift. .46 is advantage. Still 75 there, but a couple of the reds tied up, which O'Sullivan will obviously need.
Yes, and he might have no choice here but to bring one of those reds off. You can't see the other ones. That would have been an option to leave the cue ball there, but that's also an option, and that's a pretty good one. But just one red safe. Dangerous moments for Judd Trump. Oh, caught it much too thick, and this is going to be left over the baulk corner, so great chance now for Judd Trump.
That's the first long ball that O'Sullivan has missed today. It could prove to be a frame winner for Judd Trump.
Yes, and missed it by some distance, and that's why this red is left over the baulk corner.
Well, it hasn't been the best of Ronnie O'Sullivan today, and yet he's guaranteed a 5-3 lead. So I should imagine he'll be pretty satisfied with that. And equally, assuming Trump does claim this 8th frame, he'll be pretty happy to only be 2 behind, given how he's played for most of the session.
But that's not the best positional shot he's ever played. I thought he would have stunned that in, come round the left side of the table for the black or the blue. And again, he's not ideal on this red. Complaining of a big bounce, and I'm inclined to agree with him.
Had to go down.
Judd Trump, 3.
Well, he's got away with it.
Yes, he's got away with it for now, but two real poor positional shots. First one, the red to the baulk corner. Now, can he see enough of the red to take it on to the right corner? As long as he doesn't cannon into the other reds, he should be okay.
Red colour, red required. Position quickly and then missing. Oh, that wasn't far away.
And neither is this white.
Way too thick from O'Sullivan. He could have left this easier.
Absolutely. He's got a red to the left corner, thin cut, taking the cue ball down to the green pocket. It could be a red that's available to the left corner. It's above the black spot and to the left. He spotted it. Those can be the difference between 6-2 and 5 each. If it had gone in, every chance of winning the frame. And it wasn't far away.
But here's another chance for Judd Trump to win it. Close the gap to 2.
What a beautiful shot. Hasn't missed many. He's overscrewed it. He can't get to the black, but he can lay a very good snooker.
Hit it too well.
Well, he's got to try and leave this touching the green. Difficult to get out of the snooker if he leaves it close. Well, I don't know what he's thinking about here. This is where you should leave the snooker, when there's nothing to land up to. Wants to put a colour safe, and I don't blame him, but if he does leave it, if he does leave O'Sullivan snookered here, it puts him in all kinds of trouble.
Trump tantalisingly close to closing the gap to 2 frames. 50 points, his advantage, 59 remaining. So he would only need 1 red.
Green. Foul.
Not gone on enough as he has.
Trump
Well,
gone.
I just don't understand that shot. Leave it touching the green. Okay, he wants a colour safe, but he could have done that the last time round and didn't do it. Unfortunate to going off, but I don't think it's the right shot at this stage.
Even less so now, if O'Sullivan lands on a colour.
1.
This frame has taken on huge significance. Trump knows he should probably have won it by now. And now he'll be sweating. 38 the difference, still 51 there. Maybe the green will come to his rescue after all, we shall see.
Nine.
£37 points, the difference. $33 now. Overhit it slightly, but he's still on this red. And he's got a nice angle to bring that other red into play. Oh, well.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 13.
You don't see that often.
Again, he's a bit lucky, O'Sullivan. He has missed a few today from short range, there's no doubt about it. Not been at his best. Trump has been a long way from his best as well. But it's easy to forget the pressure out there. So much at stake and so difficult to produce your best when the pressure is that extreme.
I think he's got away with it again. Again, that was rather fortunate. Caught it too thin. And he might well smile.
Well, this frame is far more significant for Trump than it is for O'Sullivan, if truth be told. The worst Ronnie can be is 2 frames clear going into this evening's deciding session. But Trump desperately needs it to avoid being 4 behind. And he knows it. .33 in front, 35 left. 43 left, I should say. But a red on any colour would be sufficient for Trump to leave O'Sullivan requiring snookers. Just a question of whether he can get on that red.
Yes, I think he's a little afraid of the double kiss if he plays the red above the pink. But he could play it a little thinner with left-hand side. Just missed the red on the cushion. Problem is, it probably needs the rest for this shot. Right-handed player. Well, that's probably a better shot. Incredible.
healthy frame then at the back end of this opening session, underlining its significance.
Well, there's applause there, but this red is cuttable to the left corner. And it's in. Now, he might be wishing he'd have had a couple of colours safe, never mind the green.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 1.
.32 the difference then, with 35 left. Trump snookered on the final red.
Yes, and what he should be saying to himself, Philip, is do not move that green. Don't leave a free ball. Two things that he's got to be saying. Now, the problem with playing that shot is there's a chance of moving the green. If you go directly at it, there was less chance. Now then, does he put it back? Because the pink's gone a little safer.
Yeah. Got it on.
So just a slight adjustment. He comes so close to hitting the red there.
Terry Camilleri charged with getting that pink exactly as it was before. There's the still frame. Olivia Martil, marker, helping out. Big moments in this final.
Foul on this.
Oh my goodness.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 6.
Well, they'll be going back. Because the red's not on.
Please, yeah.
Just as well, given that the green had been developed as well.
So he didn't make the adjustment last time round. He missed it in the same way, caught the pink again.
Communication here between the two referees. Trump really under the cosh here. He knows he has to win this frame. He looked certain to win it at one stage. Much less so at the moment.
So missed it twice on the far side.
Foul on this.
Now this time he might take it on.
Ronnie
Not a
O'Sullivan
free
6.
ball, is it?
Well, 18 penalty points given away. Gap now down to just 14. And O'Sullivan has the red to go at. The green remains relatively safe.
One.
That is the ball that Trump opted to put safe. Yes, he went in off as a result. Is it going to save him or not?
Six.
Well, he didn't get the green close enough to the cushion. So, big shot this.
Trump will be going through agonies right now.
8.
Wow, I think he played to move it. Not sure what he played there. Move it or come in behind it. But I thought he would have left that cue ball close to the middle pocket. Fairly straight on the green, straight screw back for the blue, for the brown.
That's not a bad consolation prize though for O'Sullivan. Full ball snooker behind the blue. And just 6 points the difference between them now. No wonder Trump shakes his head. This frame seems certain to go his way. Built a big lead. Has had a couple of chances to clinch it. And now very worried that he might not after all.
Well, that's the option I would choose.
This has got to work out for Trump.
Is it in?
No.
Is the white in?
Yes.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 4.
And it's all happening out there. You can almost touch the tension.
Is the green safe?
Looks to be. I think that's too thin a cut, which is the only saving grace for Trump.
Well, he's delighted then, because had the white not gone in, the green would have been left and the balls would have been there for the taking. So that did him a favour. Green, the white going in the pocket. Not a good safety shot from O'Sullivan, and what a chance now for Judd Trump again.
Well, there's been much shaking of heads in this scrappy 8th frame, the final one of this session. A huge one for that man, Judd Trump. Can he put it away this time?
3.
Yes, he's okay. 5 points the difference. He needs brown and blue.
And he'll take a lot
7.
from this frame if he can win it and close the gap when it looked as though he'd blown it. He only needs the blue. And he's feeling nervous. He's knocked his chalk on the floor, his shirt's hanging out. His heart is pumping a mile a minute. All he has to do is drop the blue in.
Well, does he drop it in, or does he screw that cue ball to the cushion, just in case he misses it? It's there, and he got the cue ball under the cushion. So snooker required for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
And a huge sigh of relief from Judd Trump.
Judd Trump 12.
Wow, what a frame this has been. And how important might it prove to be come the end of tonight's concluding session? We'll have to wait and see, but it's set things up very nicely, assuming O'Sullivan doesn't get the snooker. Just 2 between them. Trump has had a pretty rough session, really. He's not produced anything like his best, but he'll only be 2 adrift. You've got to think he can only play better tonight. O'Sullivan can play a lot better too, and he'll have the 2-frame advantage. Yeah, good shot from O'Sullivan, developing the black, acknowledged by Trump. He's not given up on this frame yet. Solid mutual respect between this pair. They both know how dangerous the other can be. Yes, it's been a marathon by these two standards. Oh, well, if he hadn't got the kiss there, that might well have been a fiendish snooker. And Trump, no wonder he's smiling. Relief all round. Well, a vital frame for Judd Trump to win. He's had a difficult session. He found himself 5-1 down, and at that stage it looked like the final might be slipping away, but he's won the last two to keep his hopes alive. O'Sullivan leading 5-3.
And I just think that Ronnie O'Sullivan just let him off slightly. He was leading 5-1, so he'd be disappointed with 5-3. Well, straight away, he leaves a chance for Judd Trump. That kiss on the blue leaves Judd with a chance.
One.
Well, he played the kiss and he got the second one as well. Have another look at this. Full ball kiss and then the kiss on the other head. Good chance. Got to take him.
Eight.
It's the 12th meeting between this pair. O'Sullivan having won 6 of the previous 11, but it's the first time they've ever contested a world ranking final. And there you see Judd Trump with a modest tie break of just 50 in the first 8 frames. He's going to have to improve on that dramatically this evening. We know he's capable of it.
16.
He's been scoring heavily throughout the tournament. 7 centuries coming into the final. Needs to rediscover that form. If he can, very much game on.
Yes, as soon as he hit it, I knew he'd hit it too hard.
25.
But recovered well.
$32. 33.
Well, the red behind the black available, and there's one that goes to the right middle.
$40. 41.
Yes, good shot. Now he's got the angle to go into them. If he can find the gap in between those reds, they should split nicely. Well, they have split nicely, but he could have done with being on an easier red. Got one to the left middle and a thin cut to the right corner. He didn't find the gap. If you had done, you'd have had that red for guarantee to the right corner. Well, he was trying to miss the yellow. Come back down the table for the black. Just caught the yellow. May have had maximum in his mind. 6 reds, 6 blacks.
Worried to make one this evening.
he would share the £44,000 on offer with Ronnie O'Sullivan, who of course made his record-breaking 13th against Matt Selt a couple of rounds ago.
Not the best positional shot he's ever played.
No, and O'Sullivan's positional play today has not been of his usual excellent standard.
Missed that by some
Ronnie
distance.
O'Sullivan won.
And didn't really commit to the position. I'm not sure if he's on a red. Well, did he try and turn it in? The nap of the cloth. I don't know, maybe he got a little kick. Well, either way, he's missed it. And he could be made to pay the price.
One.
He'd like to get the blue back on its spot.
Yep. Six. Seven.
Well, Ronnie O'Sullivan's long potting today has been
12.
absolutely outstanding. 94%, that is stratospherical.
13.
Right up there then.
And a massive improvement on his semi-final with Bingham, but he's missed the blue.
Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan,
Yes, and
13.
I tell you what, he's had a little bit of run there
Judd
because
Trump.
had the white stayed out, he'd have had the red over the middle. With the white going in the pocket, O'Sullivan has got it safe, or safer.
Well, he's probably had the lion's share of the luck going today, but that tends to be the case when you're the better player.
Yes, sometimes they say it changes round a bit. Judd Trump's still waiting for his bit.
Vital that Trump gets off to a flyer this evening. He can win the first couple of frames and get level with O'Sullivan. Well, he'll apply a bit of pressure, and that's what you have to do. That's what Bingham did yesterday in the semi in the first few frames, and O'Sullivan looked rattled, and he was outplayed, as he freely admitted afterwards. First half of that match, he was a distant second best. But once again, a superb long pot from O'Sullivan. My goodness. He may be in his 40th year now, having celebrated his 39th birthday a couple of days ago, but there's no sign that that eyesight is deteriorating. Great stuff. That is monumentally high for 8.5 frames, 95%. 83 is excellent. If you're getting 3 out of 4, you're doing very well, generally speaking. To be getting more than 4 out of 5, well, that really is
6.
Excellent. Capital E.
7.
Looking a little ominous now for Trump, this.
Yes, Judd Trump was desperate to win this first frame.
14.
Can't see any problems for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
$20. 21.
May play out for the blue
27.
Here. Easier to get to the yellow.
28.
Just checking that the yellow passes the green. No, he hasn't come far enough. A little bit of work to do here. Wanted to be straight on
30.
the yellow to the middle.
35.
And again, just left himself slightly awkward. But no
38.
problem. Pink needed.
$42.
Trump built himself a sizable lead in this frame. But not for the first time today.
47.
He's failed to kill off an opportunity. And he's about to be punished once again.
53.
Just the start that Ronnie O'Sullivan was looking for. Not what Judd Trump had been thinking about. It might have been 5-4. Instead, O'Sullivan increases the lead to 3. He leads by 6 frames to 3. First frame of the night to Ronnie O'Sullivan, pinching it on the pink after Trump had been first in with a sizable lead. O'Sullivan needing 4 more frames for a 5th UK crown. Well, not for the first time today. Not the best of break-offs, to say the least.
Yes, and once again, Judd Trump's got a chance. He's in first, or he's got a chance first.
One. $8.
Well, he played the cannon to the red, but I think he's left it fairly straight, and that's a little bit unfortunate.
9.
I'll tell you what, he did well with that one. Well appreciated by the crowd. Nearly straight
16.
on the red.
70. $24. 25.
Well, I didn't think that was in. Philip sat next to me. He thought he'd missed it.
31.
Top angle, but it dropped in. Just.
After doing a lap of the pocket. Relief for Trump. Really has to win this frame, you think?
32.
Just overscrewed it a little, but he's got a nice angle to go into them, or play for that loose red. Surely he's won one. Well, he's not on an easy one.
38.
That was a good bust. Meant business. Didn't quite catch them full enough, but still, you'd have expected him to be on one somewhere. Somewhere easier than this. But that's a good recovery.
39. $41. $42.
He knows the table. He just drifted in slightly again.
48.
Looked to be going to the top angle, and normally they hold the line, but just drifted in slightly. Well, really
49.
overscrewed that one. And this is another tester. Good shot.
$55.
Had a lead like this in the opening frame of the evening, didn't make it count, has to do so now.
56.
That's not a good shot.
That's a terrible shot. But potted the red thin. And now in a little bit of trouble. Well, he could play the black and leave the cue ball in the jaws, in that left corner pocket. It would be difficult to get to a colour from the red. But not easy this, because he doesn't want to leave this red that's closest to the left corner.
Judd Trump 56.
Well, that's even better. Pushing this pink save and leaving the cue ball in the jaws of that corner pocket.
What a sight. Packed Barbican. Fabulous atmosphere, and I'm sure, although there are, as usual, lots of O'Sullivan fans in the house, the lion's share of that audience will be hoping that Trump really makes a fight of this tonight. They want to see 19 frames of snooker, ideally. Full value for money. Well, Trump has been, like O'Sullivan, very good from distance today. That one was quite a way out, though. And this frame is not won yet.
Yes, and he's brought the pink into play. Wouldn't have cannoned the red had he potted it. Yes, good opening red from Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, there's not much that's safe.
9.
There isn't anything safe. Safest red is that red closest to the right corner. But easily gettable.
16. $17. $24. 25.
So I think he's got the angle to cannon into the red. He did, but he's pushed it too far.
32.
Just trying to knock it on to the middle. Got it too full and too hard.
Just 3 hours of match time. 9.5 frames and more. It's been a pretty rapid pace. We've had a couple of scrappy-ish frames, but that's a very respectable lick, as you would expect between this pair. What a red from O'Sullivan!
My word. He played the cue ball into a safe-ish place if he missed it, but what a great pot. Now, may well play the snooker. He's got the green to the middle, but the green's going to come back onto its spot, so he'll have to play the red to the yellow pocket. Just, again, just a little short
36.
of speed.
Ronnie O'Sullivan 36.
An expected miss. And even though it's snooker Trump will be delighted. Trying to send red down the table. But look where it's going. It's going over the pocket. Very unfortunate. Just when he needed a little bit of luck.
One.
19 the difference then. Is Trump going to be pipped to the post for a second time this evening, having had a big lead?
played it well.
4. 6.
I think it's just about come past the blue. There's no way to get to the brown.
9.
Had it stayed in front of the blue.
$13.
It's got to leave an angle on the pink. Well, decided to bring it into play. And as it happens, he's got a natural angle to come back down the table for the black. So he can put everything into the pot. The cue ball's going to take care of itself.
24.
Well, that's a great pot from O'Sullivan, and this is another hammer blow for Judd Trump. 2 frames this evening that he could have won, perhaps should have won. But 2 frames he's lost. O'Sullivan showing his killer instinct once again. He is ruthless. Judd Trump in further trouble now. O'Sullivan pulling away. Extends his lead to 7-3. Welcome back to the Barbican Centre, where Ronnie O'Sullivan took the first 2 frames of the night from a long way behind to take something close to an unassailable lead against Judd Trump, or at least that's how it felt at the time. Trump has managed to take frame number 11, though, to close the gap again to 3. That's another poor break-off from O'Sullivan. But Trump didn't take advantage.
Yes, he needed to keep the advantage.
Thank you, that's
going.
enough, please.
Some distance away from that, and he's left a red to the baulk corner with no pressure on this because he'll draw it back for the black. Won't leave anything if he gets it or misses it. But he'll be on the black.
1.
Yeah, no pressure at all on that shot.
It's the final frame before the final interval. Once again, you feel as though it's a must-win for Trump. Big leads in the first 2 frames of the evening, which he just couldn't convert, and O'Sullivan ruthless in punishing him. That's kind of been the story of the match. Trump has not lacked for chances, far from it. But he's just not been able to take enough of them to put any pressure on O'Sullivan.
Yes, I've got to say that he hasn't had a lot of run, though, Judd Trump, and as you said earlier, it favours the man in form. But these things do have a way of turning round, but it hasn't done so far, and it's looking like it's going to be too much of a task for Judd Trump.
$24. 25.
Well, any thoughts of maximum? I've gone now, he's the wrong side of the red. So he's going to have to go down for the blue or one of the baulk colours.
Led 5-1 at one stage this afternoon, O'Sullivan. Trump managing to win the final 2 frames of that first session. So looking to restore that 4-frame advantage, only this time it will be taking him to within 2 frames of the title. Great scenes here at the Barbican. You can hear a pin drop out there.
I think I just heard one. Oh, that's a bonus, the pink. goes through the gap there.
$39. 40.
Well, if it's straight on the blue, there's nothing goes there. Just that tough plant. Oh, and he's come back much too far. He can still play this plant.
45.
We're taking the cue ball towards Bork.
No, he's
46.
Well, how fortunate was that? He caught the middle pocket bump. He's got the plant.
$51. $52.
Every chance now. $7-5 and Trump was still in it, but 8-4. It's hard to see him coming back from that. Not saying he can't, because he can string frames together very, very quickly. Both of them can.
60.
He hasn't really looked like doing that today, though, has he, Trump? That's the problem. He has not been the same player who got to the final.
No, and if this split comes off, he's going to go into the reds and send one to the corner pocket. Yep, just like that. Couldn't have asked for anything better.
65. 66. $73. 74.
Well, this frame well and truly won now for Ronnie O'Sullivan. He's taken this mini session 3-1. That was the scoreline that Trump would have been hoping for at the outset.
77.
But he's got an awful lot to do now. And I'm not sure
78.
he's playing well enough to be able to do it. Things can change, but O'Sullivan with a firm grip on this final now. And playing his best snooker
85.
of the final. Getting stronger as he often does. Did it against Bingham after a shaky start when Bingham potted him off the table. Saving his best for the last two frames. And when he's in full flow, he really is a joy to watch.
What a lovely cannon
94.
he got there.
Yet another century on the CV for O'Sullivan. Stephen Hendry's record of 775
101.
is certain to be eclipsed by this man this season. It's just a matter of when. And if he wins tonight, of course, he'll tie Hendry's tally of 5 UK crowns, just one behind Steve Davis. That man has much to think about. It's all about the majors for O'Sullivan now.
108.
in the final stage of his career. We don't know how long that stage will last, but on this evidence, it could last for quite a long time. Could be a long home stretch.
$115. $120.
The 769th career century for O'Sullivan, just 6 behind Hendry. And it's going to be a total clearance as well. Brilliant stuff from the Rocket. A 133 puts him within 2 frames of a 5th UK crown. The crowd on their feet as O'Sullivan goes to the interval. He is firmly in charge. He leads Judd Trump by 8 frames to 4. Trump needs something close to a miracle.
$13. $40.
Yes, into them. A little bit of side on the cue ball. And that little flick on the red could have just put him onto this red to the right corner. Yep, it goes past the pink.
$20. $26. $27.
Didn't need to play the cannon. The reds go.
$33. $34.
Nicely on the pink for the red to the right corner afterwards. He's just picking them off.
40.
Just checking where he wants to be on the pink, just to give the reds a little nudge.
41.
Didn't come back far enough, but I think the red just above the black will go to the right corner. Again, he's just checking it. this is good stuff from Ronnie O'Sullivan, and there's nothing he can do. Sat down in the
45.
chair.
.48.
And this time, I think he just about got the angle to give him a little tickle. Pot success at 93%.
54.
Well, the red doesn't go to the corner. But thinking of playing the plant, and he's got some plants tonight. But not that one. Now, where's it going to finish? Where's it going to finish?
O'Sullivan 54.
Right over the pocket, so Trump with a chance. 54 points behind, but still plenty left on. Could do with the black being in play.
1. Six. 7.
It's not straightforward, this.
$12. 13. 90.
Well, he's thinking about playing the cannon to the black and the reds.
20.
But decided against it. Now, cannon this time maybe. Didn't get enough side on. He needs a bit of help here. And that's a little bit of luck for Judd Trump.
23.
Played into the reds and the black. But they still need some attention.
24.
Left a nice angle on the pink. Well, that's so unfortunate. It's a good cannon to the reds.
Touching ball.
Well, second prize, touching ball. Should be able to get a snooker.
Judd Trump 30.
This is the pink again. Got the cannon. And very nearly on the red. Anxious looks there. Well, didn't get the snooker from that touching ball. But where's that cue ball? Oh, it's so unfortunate to have got the half ball kiss on the brown. Is it a free ball? Is it a free ball? Well, referee hasn't give it. Don't think it is. Wait a minute. Well, is the luck turning? Because Ronnie O'Sullivan didn't get any. And Trump got some twice on the bounce. Oh, but it doesn't matter. You don't pot the balls.
1.
Yes, that's a great pot. But there's a lot of pressure on this black. 20 points the difference. Black will leave 27 in the game, 27 on the table. They're good shots. They're good shots because you know that if you miss it, you're leaving the game on.
8.
And yet you've got to go for it. Yellow makes sure.
$13. $17. $22. Come on, Ronnie! 28. 35 in front. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
O'Sullivan at it again. Just too good at the moment for Judd Trump. And now, within touching distance of a 5th UK crown, he strolls out of the arena and into a 9-4 lead. Trump has got to win 6 on the bounce. Crowd getting more and more excited. Ronnie O'Sullivan remains 1 frame from victory.
Frame 15. Judd Trump.
Judd Trump managing to take frame 14, a scrappy affair to keep the match alive, barely alive from his point of view. He still needs to win 5 in a row. That's surely an impossibility against the great Ronnie O'Sullivan. But while there's life, there's hope.
Yes, what I like about Judd Trump is he hasn't dropped his head. He's kept going for his shots. Okay, they haven't always gone in, and he's had a bit of bad running. Although he did get some in the last frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan pushed a red out there. Again, a little fortunate.
Yep, no doubt about it. O'Sullivan's had the rub of the green today.
Although having said that, this red is still cuttable to the right corner. Tough shot. Yes, that's a great shot.
One.
And he might just take the blue. It's not quite far enough for the green, for a left-handed player. Not quite far enough for the yellow. The yellow gives him the angle to get to those 2 reds by the black. But so does the blue. More difficult. It gets him down here. That's a brave shot to play.
6. 7.
Now I've got the angle. Play for that loose red. And then maybe try and leave an angle to break some open. And that's just what he's done. So he should be able to
14.
push another couple of reds out here. Go up for the blue or bought colours.
15.
Well, decided not to play that shot. He'll be going into them this time round. Perfect. Caught the pink. Perfect.
Went into them all right.
And he's on the red to the left corner. The black will go to the right corner.
You get the impression there won't be too many safety shots from here on in from Trump. I think it's going to be all-out attack. He's at the point of no return, a seemingly hopeless situation.
Yeah, I think he's done that.
21.
Oh, he's come a little close to it. It's still on. Has he covered it? I think he has.
28.
Good recovery. Now he's got the balls just where he wants them. So imperative. Well, there's no way back. He's just got to keep going for them. Although, to be fair, he's done that all day. Just hasn't been going in.
$35. 36. $43. 44. 51. 52. 58. 59. 66. 67.
'Well, the comeback continues by the looks of things.
73.
This will be Trump's second straight frame. Still an awful lot to do,
74.
but he's cueing well.
Well, he started to cue well, hasn't he? You can almost feel it round the table. It's like he's relaxed a little bit more because he's felt that he's going out of the tournament.
79. 80. 85. 86. 93. 94.
Well, that'll please the crowd. Well played.
100.
His first century of the final by a distance, his best break of the final.
101.
Is it too little, too late? Well, probably is the answer, but this is much more like it from Trump. This is the form that got him here.
106.
It will be a source of frustration to him that he wasn't able to produce this form in the early part of the match, but
111.
he's pulled another frame back, he's in full flow, and he is capable of reeling them off. There's no question about that. He did it against O'Sullivan in the Champion of Champions final recently.
115.
And what a break this has been. Just pure class. O'Sullivan's turn to sit and admire. No clearance, but a 120 from Judd Trump to just let Ronnie know he's still around. It's 2 frames in a row. The match is still alive. The final is still alive. But O'Sullivan still only needs 1. He leads Judd Trump, 9-6. Now then, Ronnie O'Sullivan seemingly home and dry at 9-4, but now the lead cut to 9-6. Trump having made a 120 in the previous frame. Can the ace in the pack have another ace up his sleeve here?
Well, when you make a century break in a snooker match, it really does give you confidence. Is he going for this? Well, is he going to get fortunate? He played to screw the cue ball back to the balk, but he had no idea where the red was going, so he's been a little fortunate there, Judd Trump, but plenty of times when he hasn't been.
Yes, due a bit of luck, I think, and he'll need it now to keep the run going, as well as that skill that he possesses in abundance. Half a chance for O'Sullivan. Hasn't missed many of those today, that's for sure. What damage has he done, if any?
Doesn't look like he's done any. Anxious looks from Ronnie O'Sullivan, but it looks relatively safe. And oh no, there's one to the middle.
1.
So a chance to keep it going.
Seven. 8. 30. 40.
There's the delightful cannon, and there's another one. The 2 reds just above the black. The top one will go to the left corner. In fact, they both go.
$21. 22.
Choice of black or pink.
$28. 29. 36. 37. 44.
So I've still got another couple of reds after this one, but he might start thinking about going into the pack of reds. Doesn't have to wait
45.
till the last red before he goes into them. If he catches the end red, the one on the right side, yep, that one. If he could catch that one half ball, he'd go towards the two loose reds. And that is perfect.
52.
Certainly knows how to split a bunch of reds, Judd Trump, as does O'Sullivan, of course.
53.
Best in the business, O'Sullivan.
Great chance this for Trump to make it 3 on the spin.
60.
And that will make Ronnie O'Sullivan begin to think just a little. From 9-4 to 9-7 if Trump does the business here. Oh my goodness, that was a kick.
61.
Well, the red dropped. He's higher on the black than intended. Could have been disastrous.
Well, for a moment, it looked as though it was going to stick on the edge of the pocket. Have a look at this again. It's coming towards the pocket, and I thought he'd missed it there, I've got to say. And so did he. Wow, it's gone in.
I think he aged at least a year in that one shot. Would have been cruel. Justice done, and that's a good recovery. And now a golden chance for 3 straight frames. The first time he's put that spin together.
68.
And O'Sullivan being frozen out right now.
69.
Didn't pot a ball in the last frame. Don't think he's going to pot one in this one either.
Yes, every chance of making another century here. And that would really put the frightness on Ronnie.
75.
Don't like to see your opponent start
76.
to find form, top form.
Well, this is the Judd Trump that we
83.
saw waltz through the previous rounds.
And made 7
84.
century breaks in doing so. 8 now. Could it be 9? Should be.
Having the odds on, isn't he? Makes them for fun.
91.
He's made by far and away the most of any player this season. We know that Neil Robertson's tally of 103 last season is a record by an absolute mile.
98.
But it's Trump who's done most of the century making
99.
so far this campaign. And he's at it again.
And just the pink needed.
Well, fantastic stuff this from Trump. He is trying his heart out to make a match of this. 9-4 down, it looked forlorn. 9-7 down, it looks rather brighter. Still a lot to do, of course.
106.
But he's asking some questions now. He's applying some pressure for the first time, really, in the match. Ronnie O'Sullivan being given something to think about. He's on a roll.
Yes, it's going to be difficult though, Phil. Ronnie O'Sullivan just needs one chance, don't forget.
115.
Hasn't had one in the last 2 frames. But at some stage, surely he's going to get a chance.
118.
Will he be able to produce after sitting in his chair the last 20, 25 minutes?
122.
Definitely makes life harder, doesn't it, when you haven't had a shot for that length of time. Become a little bit rusty.
127.
Those long pots are that bit trickier because you're lacking the rhythm that Trump undoubtedly now has. Another terrific century from Judd Trump, 2 in a row. And Ronnie O'Sullivan sits out those frames without troubling the scorers. Trump from 9-4 down, closes to 9-7 down. O'Sullivan still needs 1. Trump needs 3. Well, the crowd going slowly bonkers out there. They're getting very excited, and no wonder. Judd Trump is making a real final of this now. He's not been at his best for most of this match, but he certainly found something in the last 3 frames. 2 back-to-back centuries. Brilliant stuff from Trump. And O'Sullivan now just beginning to feel it perhaps a little. 9-4, he looked a certainty. 9-7, well, he's still the firm favourite, of course. But he knows that Trump is now playing out of his skin. And very much concentrated on trying to maintain this comeback. Looking up for it now. Looking for the thinnest of edges on the red.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
No damage done, however.
Yep.
Back it goes.
Yep.
Well, he won't be doing that again, that's for sure, because
Foulness.
otherwise he'll be shaking hands and
Yep.
receiving a runner's up check. So he'll have to do something different this time. You'll hear referee Terry Camilleri warn Trump. Well, clearly didn't go to plan. Could have been worse, but he has left a red here. Into the yellow pocket. Bit of pressure on it though, because if O'Sullivan misses, well, could leave Trump back in. Just wide. By the smallest of margins, but he's left the red he attempted. At 9-4, I'll wager that O'Sullivan would have made that red, but just a little bit more heat on him now. Now, can Trump take advantage of this chance?
One.
Could be worse. He's on the brown at least.
Five. Six. Yep.
Well, wrong side of the blue, Trump, but more than capable of taking this in and out of baulk. Played it pretty well.
Twelve.
Well, closer to the cushion than he would have liked. Good cueing required again. But this is where the advantage of being in rhythm can really tell, because Trump has come into this break off the back of 2 centuries. And those tricky shots become that much easier when you're seeing the ball the way he is right now.
Yes, may have to play a little cannon here. Well, preferred to play for the red.
25.
Leave himself short and bring more reds into play.
26.
Couldn't have played it any better.
33. $34. $41. $42. $49.
Well, we couldn't see 3 centuries on the trot here, could we? He'd love to keep it going. This is excellent stuff, this, from Judd Trump. Well, once again, he's going to have to go into them here. Needs to run on a bit. Can you see the one to the middle? If not, he's not on anything. Can he see enough of this red? He could. Well, the crowd being treated to an absolute thriller. Now through Judd Trump. Those 2 centuries. In the 90s himself now. Pot success. Decided to go down for that red in baulk. And he's on
65.
it. Oh, this is incredible.
66.
This is really incredible.
This is beginning to get serious for O'Sullivan. It's not often that you see O'Sullivan intimidated by a barrage of scoring, although it happened to some degree in the semi-final in the early stages at the hands of Stuart Bingham. But Trump can be really quite scary when he gets in this mode. O'Sullivan-esque this at the moment. That's the biggest compliment you can pay him. And another frame is about to go Judd Trump's way. 4 on the bounce to close to within 1. Wow. This final is back in the balance, incredibly. And in no time at all, Joe. I mean, he's
79.
absolutely flown through these frames.
Yes, these last 3 especially. He won that scrappy one. But after he won that, the last 3 have been superb. Great stuff. Is he hard enough?
85.
I suppose it's cuttable. He'd love to get another century, but this is tough. It's there.
86.
Yeah, needs a cannon on these 2 reds. So have to play it with a lot of left-hand side on the cue ball. Just adds to the difficulty.
This crowd are lapping this up. What a fantastic performance this has been from Trump in the last 4 frames. In the last 3 in particular, it's not a 3rd straight century, but it's another big break to freeze out O'Sullivan, whose huge lead has been whittled away in dramatic fashion and is down to just 1 frame. O'Sullivan still requires just 1, but Trump, crucially, now needs just 2. Well, things are getting seriously interesting now. What a comeback from Judd Trump. What a sensational performance from 9-4 down. He has produced some scintillating snooker to win 4 on the bounce. Ronnie O'Sullivan looking a little shell-shocked. And there is the miss black off its spot. He's feeling it all right, and no wonder.
Yes, not often you see Ronnie O'Sullivan Mr. Black off the spot for a championship title. And that's what it meant, really. Had the black gone in, he would have got the cannon nicely. Been back on the black again with a chance of winning. Already got a 21-point lead.
But the doubts will be creeping in. I mean, just imagine if Trump could turn this around for victory. It would be arguably the most damaging defeat of O'Sullivan's career.
Oh, what about that for a shot? He's not entertaining thoughts of missing. What a great shot. A little far for the black.
Well,
nothing he could do about that one.
That's why he's the champion that he is. To be able to respond with a gutsy pot like that to the barrage that he's taken in the last half hour or so. What a pot.
Tremendous pot, Phil.
7.
Magnificent. And he's been banging those in all day long. But that one meant so much more, given what had gone before.
He's opened the reds with that shot. He took a risk there. He could have got the cover on the black, but he can see it. And now, with the balls at his mercy, he daren't look. Tell me when it's over. Just one look. Right-hand side on the cue ball to create the angle for this red to the middle. 36 points the lead.
Well, what a chance this is for O'Sullivan to stop the rot and in the process clinch the trophy. And, well,
22.
after a red like the one he just potted, he kind of deserves to, I guess.
23.
But you have to feel for Trump a little, who has just put his heart and soul into getting back into this with some quite brilliant snooker.
Just a little heavy there. May have to play up for the blue here if you can't get close to the black. Well, you can.
31.
52 points the lead. Just a couple of reds needed. And he knows it's all down to O'Sullivan. He's straight on this though. Oh, he's cannoned the red. Stuck him out of position. Doesn't normally leave himself straight on the black, but he did on that occasion, and it's cost him.
It's hard to see how he couldn't cannon the red there. So close to the winning line as well. 75 remaining. That's enough for Trump.
And O'Sullivan, 38.
But it is a commanding lead in the frame O'Sullivan requires for the title.
Yes, and leaving that red on the cushion like he did has given himself some insurance. But Judd Trump going to have to bring it off here. Can't see the other reds. And he may even go for the pot. But if he does and misses it, it could be his last one. What's it going to be? He went for the pot. Now, has he got away with it? Has he got away with it? I think he has. So a little bit of luck there. But Judd Trump could so easily have left that red on. End of match.
And probably due a bit, because I think it's safe to say O'Sullivan has had most of the luck going.
Another good safety from O'Sullivan. And yes, I'd say that you're probably right with that, Phil. But Sullivan's probably had his fair share, but he's had a few now.
The better that you play, the more you get, it seems. And he's certainly played exceptionally well in the last 35, 40 minutes or so.
Well, that's not a bad safety. You can see the red closest to the left corner, but he's going to have to catch it thin. There's a danger of hitting the jaws of the pocket here. Oh, he's caught the black. He's gone the other side, caught the black. Oh, that's a good flick. Took the cue ball further down the table. And there's real pressure on this straight red to the corner if he decides to take it on. It's all over if he misses it, that's for sure. He's taking it on. And he's got it, middle of the pocket. Great shot. Is there another twist in this game? You can see the black. Oh, would you believe it? Great shot. There's so much pressure on that shot. If you'd missed it, it was end of frame of match.
9.
Nice little rub on the brown to leave him on the blue with a good angle.
$14. 15.
Under hit it
20.
a little.
23.
Got a nice angle to go across the table. O'Sullivan is fearing the worst. There's only that safe red. Into that left side cushion.
Oh, what a monumental clearance this would be if Trump can pull it off. Hard to overestimate the pressure he's under right now. Every ball
31.
is difficult.
Well, if you leave yourself perfect every time, like he has done here, give yourself the most chance. Wants a little bit of a bounce. That's perfect.
36.
Normally, you'd screw up for the blue or one of the board colours. And that's what he's done.
37.
That's given him a chance of the clearance. Can he hold himself together? Take us to 9 each. What a match this has been.
What a match it could still be. This is unbelievable stuff from Judd Trump. Who would have guessed an hour or so ago that we could have a scenario like this? It seemed inconceivable. But what a performance he's put in. His heart will be racing. But he's 4 good pots away from forcing a deciding frame. And what must O'Sullivan be thinking?
Well, he'll be trying to
49.
just motivate himself for that decider, because it's going to be one now. Perfect on the blue.
54.
Wants to make the black as easy as he can. So he needs to concentrate.
60.
And he's done just that. A short-range black to quite unbelievably take us to a deciding frame for the UK title. What a performance from Judd Trump. This is the best snooker he's ever produced, and he's producing it against the best player who's ever lived.
From 9-4 down, he's won 5 on the spin to shock O'Sullivan and take us into a final frame. Hard to describe right now. What a final we have been treated to. It was a bit of a slow burner, but my goodness, has it caught fire in recent times. And it's down to that fellow Judd Trump, who's just broken off. He's won 5 straight frames, 2 of them with century breaks, and a magnificent clearance under pressure to steal the 18th on the black and force a final frame shootout.
Yes, and that was after Ronnie O'Sullivan had the first chance. And you can just see this red. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. After what just happened to him a moment ago. What a shot that was.
Wow. I'm speechless. Can he make it pay? This would be a harrowing defeat for O'Sullivan, make no mistake, but if he were to now win it, having sustained that onslaught from Judd Trump, he would get a great deal of satisfaction from it.
It's the black. May go to that right corner. Didn't quite have the angle.
Looks calm and composed. I don't know how. How's he feeling inside, though?
Well, didn't really get through the ball on that one. Wanted to be straighter on the red to the right corner. Left himself a difficult red now.
15.
Yeah, chance of getting. And in it went. But there's no way
16.
to another red from there. Unless there's any plants on. Having a good look.
Looks like he's going to get another chance to create the mother of comebacks.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
No
16.
attempt at the pot. Leaving that cue ball dead on the cushion. Just coming off the side cushion, landing up into them. Looks a little short.
Foulness. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 4.
Just a shade over 15 minutes average frame time. Dead equal average shot time. What a final it's been. Hardly anything to choose between them now in terms of points scored after that barrage from Trump in the last 5 frames.
Well, for a moment, it looked like the red was going in, but it stayed over the pocket. But what a tough pot. Nearly straight. The black not available, but the pink is to the middle. So, out of his hands now. Expected the red to go into the cluster, I'm pretty sure. Nearly went to the pocket.
And if it had, it'd have been on the green with an angle. Great pot. Much tougher than it looked. It didn't look that easy.
It was a tough one. Nearly followed it in. I suggest touching the green here. Surely you can't play the pink.
Well, it's a tough pot at the best of times, this, but if he misses it, he's leaving O'Sullivan in. This is monumental.
He's playing it with stun as well for the red.
Brilliant.
What a shot. What a shot. The pink itself was a brilliant shot, but to play it with stun for the red, what character.
So it's Trump with a chance then in this decider.
Oh, he's gone into the reds. Trying to open the red, stay on the pink.
Well, if he can pull this off and turn this final around from 9-4 down, it will be surely the finest moment of his career, given the opponent, given the occasion. But there's still a lot to do.
Yes, this is awkward. If he plays it to the middle, the red below the pink spot may go to the right corner. If it doesn't, there isn't a red to play for, unless he takes it to the baulk corner, which is very dangerous. But I think he's going to go for everything and anything. Well,
Needs
again,
to slow down.
Again, what a great shot he's played there.
14.
Has he just gone a fraction too hard? He has on that one, and none of the other ones go. Well, that's fractions, because had it stopped just an inch or so higher up the table, he'd have been on that red to the right corner, with the reds nicely spread.
O'Sullivan breathes again.
Judd Trump 14.
Just 6 points between them then in this final frame showdown. What drama.
Yeah, everything's good. You get the cue ball back to the baulk cushion, within 6 inches of it. Everything's good at this stage. Is it going to be one poor safety shot or one fantastic pot? Caught it too thick. But he's got away with that one in the baulk area. The other one too difficult to take on, so stroke of luck there for Judd Trump. Oh, that's big trouble. That's big trouble.
A pivotal moment in this deciding frame. Ronnie O'Sullivan lays the perfect snooker behind the green. The reds are spread, and Trump has to find a way to get this safe. No wonder he's taking his time.
Well, that is so risky to play. Got to miss the blue and that red near the right side cushion.
The UK title could hinge on this. He's played quite magnificently to battle his way back from a seemingly hopeless position. O'Sullivan has been put through the ringer, but he's just laid a great snooker.
It's not hard enough.
And
He's left a red on.
Wow. That was high risk.
Well, the way he played it, he was always going to be leaving a red on, even if it hit them. So, great chance for O'Sullivan, and Judd Trump knows it. Can't look.
But he wishes he could play that safety again, or escape from the snooker again. So it's down to O'Sullivan now.
Yeah, it doesn't need the black.
6.
Pink and blue would be enough.
7.
These balls may look easy as Judd sits and suffers, but every one of them is a pressure ball. And he's already seen the chance of closing out this match. 10-8.
30.
Wrested from his grasp by a brilliant clearance from Trump from a long way down on the black. So
14.
O'Sullivan cannot take any chances here. But he has the chance. He is the man in possession. And he still looks cucumber cool.
As long as he keeps
21.
that cue ball that far away from the object ball that he's potting, he will be cool. Because all these are shots that he knows he can't miss when it's that distance
27.
away.
37 in front, but still 75 there. Trump can only hope for one more opportunity.
Don't think he's going to get it. Not without something radical happening, and the 3 loose reds will be enough. Doesn't need
28.
to touch those 2 reds by the black.
Well, he has played some quite astonishing snooker to get back into this. It's a session that we'll never forget. Whatever happens here.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Is he on the red?
34.
Well, if he is, he's very fortunate. Looks like he is.
35.
Well, what a moment that was. A millimetre shorter, and O'Sullivan's break was over.
And he's not ideal on the yellow. There's pressure on this yellow. He couldn't have played that one any better. He just needs a red and a colour.
37.
And he's on the red. Into the corner. It's there.
38.
He's on the pink. 48 the lead. This is the ball for the title. Well, just the merest
44.
celebration from O'Sullivan, but you have to credit this man for holding himself together
45.
after the manner in which Judd Trump has come back at him. He has thrown everything, the kitchen sink and then some, at Rocket Ronnie, but it still hasn't been quite enough. And O'Sullivan
51.
is moments away from lifting his 5th United Kingdom Championship title.
51 final match.
That was spectacular, even by snooker standards, and a terrific embrace there. What mutual respect. You're looking at 2 wonderful snooker players who have served up a treat to behold here in front of a capacity crowd, but it's O'Sullivan who's the champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the great United Kingdom Championship finals. Judd, our strongest commiserations. You made and you gave us one of the greatest finals I think any of us have ever witnessed. From 5-1 down and 9-4 down, 5 brilliant frames. Where did you find that form from, Judd?
It was always there, but when your opponent is dishing up every time, it's kind of demoralising. I've done it to a few people this week, and it really dents your confidence. And yeah, towards the end, I just kind of let go. I got a little bit frustrated at 9-4, managed to win that, and then just let my arm go. And then I made a good clearance to go 9-9. There was a lot of pressure on that, and then I come back out and I felt so relaxed. And I was just waiting for that chance, and I ran out of position. But no, Ronnie he played a great safety on the red to snooker me, and that's what won him, and he took it calm just like he normally does.
Judd, you said that Ronnie is the reason that you're playing snooker. He was your idol, and there you are starring and playing a brilliant part in such a great final with him. What positives can you take from this amazing performance tonight?
None.
Don't be so hard on yourself. It was a brilliant, brilliant comeback. And, you know, this is your 4th final of the season. You're heading in the right direction again. How much more do you think there is to come from you the rest of this season?
No, I'm just trying to learn. I'm still learning. I've got a lot of improving to do. Obviously, but you just strive for perfection, and that's what you want to get to. For me, I had my chances today, so it's my own fault. Other than our last final, Ronnie played perfect, so I didn't really have a chance there. So it's a little bit disappointing, but it's been a brilliant week. The crowd, I've had amazing support, so I want to thank everyone.
Our gallant runner-up, Judd Trump. Well done, Judd.
Hazel Irvine talking to an obviously disappointed Judd Trump, but what a performance he put up. And now, here is the champion.
You played some great finals in your time, but he has created one of the greatest. Just rationalise what's happened in the last hour and a half for us, will you?
Oh, God. That was... I don't know, mate. I was gone, to be honest with you. You know, at 9-4, you know, I was, you know, comfortable, and then he started potting balls and making breaks, and I just thought, oh, here we go, you know. It's just sort of like, I just didn't know what day it was, to be honest with you. And I had a chance to win it 10-8, but I was just gone, you know. And then when it got to 9-all, I thought, if I get a chance, you know, in some ways I thought, if I get a chance, I'm going to miss. But I don't know, I found something there towards the end, and I started crunching the ball a bit more and was able to hold my position. But that was the hardest match I think I've ever played, and to be honest with you.
Hardest match you've ever played. How did you find the composure to get over the line in that decider then?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I just was going through the motions. I to be honest, I've accepted that I was probably going to get beat. The way he was hitting the ball, the way, the confidence he was playing with, he was just, you know, he looked unstoppable to me. But you know, I got a chance, and I was able to make it. But it was a tough game. You know, we played a final 2 weeks ago, and we both really didn't miss. And then today we've made a few mistakes, but it was tough in different ways today. You know, just to try and hold your head together. You know.
Well, you're over the line. This is your 5th United Kingdom title, and to go with 5 world titles and 5 Masters, that's 5 triple crowns, ladies and gentlemen. It's an amazing record, Ronnie. And you know, you won your first UK title at the age of 17. 21 years later, you're still doing it. How much pride do you take in that longevity, the fact that you're still here and you're still doing it?
I can't play too many matches like that, to be honest with you. That's you know what I mean. I hope we just avoid each other for a few tournaments, and then I can have a bit of a breather, and then meet him in maybe 4 or 5 tournaments' time. I can deal with that. But if I've got to play him every final, I'll see you later. that'll cut me short, you know. So.
Well, you may think that, but we certainly don't. Ladies and gentlemen, this fella's earned, what, £44,000 for that maximum break, and a little extra bonus for a winner's cheque. Christmas presents are going to be nice in your household this year. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for a 5th time, Mr. Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, I think they're pretty nice every year, to be honest. But what a final that was. Ronnie O'Sullivan, as he admitted there, put through the ringer, but he's champion. Well, he looks like he's been
Ladies and gentlemen,
put through the ringer.
Your presentation party, Sam Fowkes, head of trading at Coral, and Steve Dawson, CEO of World Snooker.
Good to see that Trump can still smile. What more could he have done? Not a lot. Just failed to get position on a red by less than half an inch in that final frame. And that was the difference, really.
What a match.
They're the margins.
What an effort. Judd Trump.
Well, he certainly earned that runners-up cheque tonight, hasn't he? And he has produced some wonderful snooker this week. He is back with a bang after a couple of, frankly, indifferent seasons. The old confidence has flown back.
Receiving a cheque for £150,000, the trophy and the title. 2014 Coral UK champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, it is remarkable that 21 years after his first ranking title, when he was still 17, defeating Stephen Hendry to lift his first UK crown. More than 2 decades on, he's done it for a 5th time to tie Hendry's tally of 5 for his 15th Triple Crown title. And there comes the ticker tape to mark another extraordinary achievement in the career, the phenomenal career of Rocket Ronnie O'Sullivan. Champion for a 5th time. What a match. What a tournament. It's been an absolute joy to watch throughout the 9 days. Quick word from you, Joe, about what a final that was.
Well, yeah, one of the all-time greats, wasn't it? With both players playing, well, at the best in various forms. You've got to hand it to Ronnie O'Sullivan, though. Where did he find that from? Such a great, great player.
A champion's performance. And how many more of those trophies is he going to lift? Well, that wraps up our coverage of the UK Championship for 2014, but our snooker isn't done for the year. We'll be back next weekend for the 5th European Tour event. But for now, from Joe Johnson, myself, Philip Studd, and the champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan, it's goodbye.